School. As always, for word prayer. This is a critical thing that's like this, but I think that we should remember Israel in our prayers with the devastation that hit them this weekend. So, Glenda, you up?
Let us pray. Father God, let us praise you and thank you for letting us gather here safely today. Keep your arms of healing and comfort on those victims in Israel and the family members that are suffering. Watch over those who are undergoing medical procedures soon, and that your hands of healing and comfort may be on them and their families also. Let us make wise decisions, be kind to each other, and glorify you in all we do and say. In your name I pray. Amen. Amen.
Yeah, we want to read our pledge this one.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, with liberty and justice. Fresh view.
I was getting ready to say, that he's blowing down on me. His jacket may have to go. So it was 32 at the house this morning. It felt pretty good.
We may have you one of those fans and so.
Yeah, going to check our quorum.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. So we'll go ahead and start with Ms. Bechtel here, Mr. Cox
Here.
Ms. Cookenbrook.
From a secure location, and I am on personal and business.
All right, Mr. Booth
Here.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Next will be the approval of the agenda. Does anybody have any additions or?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know what y'all do. So, two things. We need to add a discussion, follow-up discussion about our reassessment. I had a conversation with the vendor that you'd selected, and they've offered an alternative that I'd like to chat with you all about. So if we could maybe add that under old business.
Mm-hmm.
And then, well, we didn't, when I asked Jacob to come update you on what was going on Parks and Rec, we both forgot that he is actually on a plane right now. He texted me at 3:27 this morning, said he was on his way to the airport. So we'll have to push that off until the next meeting, but hopefully he'll have a lot to report back. So we'll need to take that off the agenda. And so just to let you know, he is going to Texas for a professional development in Parks and Recreation. So this is a national conference, and I think it might be the first time we've ever sent anybody to this. So we're excited about that. NRPA. Thank you. And with that, I don't have anything else.
Then we need it. Do we need that reassessment discussion in closed session since you're still in negotiations?
Mr. Booth, that is probably a very good suggestion.
Okay.
As you mentioned that. Thank you.
Yeah, what would that be under?
Legal counsel, public body.
Yes, so the comment that Ms. Cheeto was making is that Mr. Durbin's going to be joining us today. So potentially it could go under A8, or if you wanted to add the language that's specific to contract negotiations, we could do that as well. But A8, of course, is legal counsel, whichever you prefer.
Do it under A8. Steve gets here ask him, which is,
That'd be perfect.
we could look at the team.
There you go.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion then if, you so desire to, approve the agenda with these modifications.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second, call roll.
All right. On the motion to approve the agenda as amended, Ms. Cookenbook. Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that.
Bless you.
Next up, we have the approval of disbursements. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Please note after, further review on the first set of, disbursements, it's on page 10. It says rescue squad operation. We will be voiding that check and reissuing the amount. The amount is incorrect. We had a little, just error in invoicing and how we reviewed it. So the amount should be what we appropriated for the budget, which was $35,000.
Okay.
That was the actual end result of reporting of what they have spent to date. So
Anyone else?
Yeah, we're on the first one. On page 11. Repairs. It was. I was just wondering what the repair was.
I think that repair had to do, and I will check exactly because we've had a few of our equipment. But I believe the tractor repair had to do with the hydraulic, and there was one issue with it spilling oil. So we had to redo a few of those things.
It's cheap.
Yeah.
It's $100.
They just moved it's the tube, the tube and the connection. I think it was the connection. So
Easy fix for a change.
especially I'm it says, well,
So, well, here's another one. Where did I see it? Just wondering what are page 11. We've got the resource authority, which is the waste, 34,000. Do you happen to know what the number of truckloads per month average on now?
no, we don't, but I can get it. For
Sometime just,
you got it.
it's just interesting to see how that.
Anything else?
Yeah, I have something on page, on the second group of disbursements. Just, wondering on page 30. We have rec park, water, for water.
Thirsty.
I mean, obviously we're thirsty, but I mean, are there 4 different water receptacles up there?
No, it was actually between us, the rec, and the water company that we use.
Yeah.
And there was a misbilling. They were sending it to the incorrect place. Therefore, it's
Okay.
actually back due invoices.
That's all I needed to know. It just seemed a little odd.
Yes. It's all straightened out though.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. It just seemed a little odd.
Is that drinking water for events or for what?
It is the water jugs that we have here. So it's for when we have the classes inside, they're able to drinking water. Correct. And it was a lot more cost effective. Or it appears at this time.
So, necessary changes. So moved.
Second.
Second.
Go ahead. You can have it.
All right, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's been done.
Next step, I'll take approval of the minutes.
I have a discussion item on this.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. On the, item number 4 underneath, David Clark. The idea was to, not. Yeah, I don't know, when I first read it, maybe it makes more sense now, but we were looking to have I thought it was, Jerry, you wanted to have the 45 go to the 55 past our dumpsters.
In terms, in discussions with David, and he later said, you know, we could go from 35 to 55 and eliminate the 45. And one thing you do though is to add to it, we're talking about moving 55 zone. Extend the 35 past where our dumpsters are. Around that curve.
Now, I remember this discussion, I think we were keeping 45.
Yeah, me and Jim both brought that up, that we like to see it 35 down past the living boxes, because there's so much traffic coming in and out of there. Now, what?
And the other businesses and stuff, they extend the, and originally when we were talking about putting the 45 zone, but he said that, you know, things would go somewhere if we do it. You just go from 55 to 35 and drop the 45. So that's what I thought we sort of need to do. But we'll be moving the 35 zone, each zone will be down past the dumpsters. Somewhere around
It would be, it's confusing. Instead of stepping up 3 times, you just go from one to the other.
Yeah.
It should read all, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Removing the 45 altogether and moving the 35 mile per hour past the dumpster.
Yeah, so it's not to the 55 mile per hour sign now. It's moving that to the bridge over, what is that, Dodge Creek?
Yes.
It has been updated and already in your folders. Thank you.
Any other questions or corrections? If not, I'll take a motion to,
Recommendation though,
okay.
David had the speed study and all that, right? I guess we'll ask it.
I'll take a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second. Motion second, call roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the minutes, Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, so you've approved your minute.
Almost got you there.
You're fine.
So-
I know how it goes. Sometimes don't move as on time as planned. So, it's a beautiful day out there for a 4th consecutive golf state title. So we're headed to Great Oaks after this, where our team will be teeing off. And we wish them good luck and know that they're going to do well, and we're proud of them regardless. But very, very excited about that. We had our regular monthly meeting last night. Started off some more recognition. Our board, they get credits for doing some professional learning through VSBA. Lots of stuff coming out in education, and they need to do some education themselves. So we are honored that so many of them put in between like 15 and 84 credits of learning in the past year. So we're thankful for all that they do to support our students on the back end, on the not so fun side. So as far as my report to them, which was really all the big business that we had, we still do not have a calc tool from VDOE. I can't express how frustrating that is to be halfway through a budget year and not have the sheet that tells you how much they've allocated with their new amendments. We have basic numbers for the categories they've given us, but we don't know how it's going to fall in the budget. And what that means for us specifically is we would love to be able to have some local funds already in that code where they're putting state funds, and we can move some of those local funds to cover some of our bus expenses that we've had, some of our maintenance expenses that we've had already this year. So we're just patiently waiting. We were told October 1st. It's past October 1st. So soon we'll start looking at next year's budget, and hopefully we'll have this calc tool in place by then. But one of the things that the new budget amendment included was about $678,000 of I quote flexible one-time or spending. It says one time, although it's good through fiscal year 2026, and it's not flexible. We can only spend it on three things: to address learning loss, to support the implementation of the Virginia Literacy Act, and attendance. And so it came out very quickly. We've got to submit a spending plan, and then they will begin twice monthly disbursements into our account based on our spending plan. And so our spending plan has to detail how we're going to tackle learning loss, support the Virginia Literacy Act, and support school attendance. So we have been working with our administrators to look at the high intensity academic tutoring, which, on one hand, we're very, very thankful for the additional funds to support our students. And we're thankful that it comes with some guidance, because we're very used to, hey, you've got to do this and you've got to find the money to do it and you've got to do it by this date. So we're thankful for that opportunity. And the recommendations that the state has given us were pretty specific. They had done some research into tutoring and what was more effective, and they're recommending 3 to 5 hours per week versus in school and out of school, using these funds to hire tutors to do that. The state has purchased 2 academic digital programs for all students in the state to work on in addition to that. So we've been busy trying to plan that. We've worked about anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour into schedules during the day. And then we are going to work in some after school as well. So a lot of those funds will be used to support the paying of our tutors for the next 3 years. We're hoping that we could potentially work a bus into that, because we may need another bus to help transport students after school. So we're hoping we can maybe work that. And then the last update I had for them was it's hard to believe, but I've finished the first 100 days in my term, and I laid out some goals when I first started, and promised to update at the end of the 100 days. And so I have a copy as well for you guys, just a report that just kind of walks through what the goals were and what I've done to meet them, and then kind of a summary of what was learned. And a lot of the first 100 days has been spent meeting and talking and listening and figuring out where people are concerned, where they envision us going, really also kind of kicking off some of our strategic plan work for the next 6 years. So again, you can see the full goals there and kind of the specific actions, but on the last page is really a summary of kind of overall themes that have emerged as I listen to folks in the division, in the community. School safety obviously continues to just be a focus given the society that we live in 2023. Academics still, we're very proud of how well our students do and want to continue that. The focus on college and career readiness continuing, especially with our nice new facility to help with that. Transportation is definitely a critical need. Facilities getting more expensive to do things, which I know you all understand. I sympathize with the hydraulic hose, and we're in the same boat, and suddenly all that is 3 times more than what it used to be. So we're feeling that. And then staffing is an area of concern as well, not just teachers, but finding substitutes and cafeteria workers. And I know education's not alone. It's every industry that is facing staffing issues at this moment. So just a need for us to be competitive and creative as we look to fill roles. And so those are really the main themes. And then the rest of this fall, we're going to be having some community events, some parent events to get feedback on the strategic plan and move forward with that in the spring. So that essentially was all the updates from our meeting. Do you guys have any questions? Or
I'm glad you brought it up about the transportation and made that statement, because I know Mr. Cox got it and I got it. We had a parent that was pretty concerned with condition of the buses, which I am too.
Yeah.
But, because I think that safety of the students is.
Yeah. We were scheduled, if you remember, we do a 6-year lease to own. We were scheduled for that this budget. And when they passed the skinny budget, there was no room in the budget for that. So we're behind. We're behind. And honestly, the cost of buses increased. So where we had gotten 9 before, we were only getting 7 this time. And that rate, 7 buses every 6 years isn't gonna, we have 52 buses. So we have a 1997 model that was, as our transportation director said last week, it was raised from the dead and put back on the road.
I just wanted them to understand it. That is on our radar.
Yes.
It's that we're working for.
It's on all of our radar. And update you too, we had spoke with the company late last week. The 2 electric buses, obviously know that there's some political ramifications for those, but at this time, as I've said, I would if they ran on maple syrup and somebody offered me 2 free buses right now, I'd take them because we need buses. And they should be coming in December. And we need, we're going to have you guys come over, take a look at them, ride in it, and then we can look at some of the other buses too. and see how that goes.
See them.
Yes.
Because I've got a lot of issues with
You can say one about riding.
It's just kind of,
just get down and ride with this.
If I may I ask who the vendor is for your electric buses?
Sunny Merriman.
Not Terra.
We got in Sunny Merriman. They're built down when I went to tour Thomas Built Buses in North Carolina. Is where they're being built.
Thank you.
Building buses for many years.
Yeah, they do a great job. Wish they weren't so expensive, but yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do want to say, well, first off, a little office cleaning. Kim, would you put that handout when you get a chance into the correspondence so I can look over that? Thank you. And the other thing, Dr. Cromer, is that I know how strong Floyd County Public Schools literacy program has been over the years. I mean, it has been exceptional. And if I'm not mistaken, has won a couple of awards over the course of the last 15 to 20, 25 years. So having that as a foundation, I'm sure is really good when we get this kind of extra money. to help with tutoring and, you know, maybe just beefing up what is already a strong program.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, thank you for saying that. We have a strong literacy program and we're really excited. Some of you may have heard about the new research, the science of reading. You know, we've been doing school for a long time and now we have a lot of data to look at and see what works and what doesn't and how our brains work. And so there's a lot of research out there that has really culminated into what's being called the science of reading. And a lot of that's where the state pulled in this Virginia Literacy Act and is mandating that these things be taught. And many of those things we already had in place in Floyd, which is great. And we're working on the other pieces and we are seeing amazing results with our new curriculum that we purchased. You know, we have kindergartners that are already putting together words in 8 weeks into school. And that's phenomenal.
Also, any idea on the daily enrollment? Are we set? Has it decreased?
No, we're holding steady. I think it was 1669 last month. We were 1668 this month. So we're holding steady.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, go Bucks, go.
Yes.
Still, when you ride around the county, you wonder where them 1,668. They just don't, you don't see them out, you know. But that's good. Anything else?
I was just going to ask, how is staffing up? You that was staffed up.
Yeah, we have we did not fill the instructional coach position at Check. But other than that, we have all of our teaching positions filled. Our TAs are filled at the moment. Looking to maybe hire a custodian in the next week, but we have applicants for that. So
Thank you for everything.
Do you have any idea how many children are being homeschooled?
I can get you that number. They require signing
I
paperwork.
haven't seen that number, and in fact, we have about 1,600 kids scattered out in the county. That is not included homeschooled ones. So I know there's quite a few of them. Anybody else got anything?
Oh, thank you for what you do. Keep up the good work.
Thank you guys. Right.
Things fast when you're busy, don't it? Right.
About that on some of the maintenance projects.
So, the superintendent is staying for if there's any questions for her related to the high school
Oh, okay.
conversation. So I wanted to let you all know that. Thank you.
I have a bit of a personal note on the golf as well. I got a text from some they're friends of my parents. They're coming to town. They live in Pocosin, Virginia. And they've got a golfer who's going to be playing today. So I think I might still pull for Floyd though. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's the grandson. He's the grandson of some friends of my parents. That's a odd thing, but I did get a text yesterday that they're on their way. It's been a lot of trying to just jump around to all the routine maintenance. It was a good month for maintenance, getting stuff done. But there's a lot of categories to hit. So we did a lot of machining of gravel roads. I won't go into the list because it's huge. Did some pothole patching on Bethlehem Church Road, Copper Hill. We did some spot paving on Black Ridge. A little bit of brush cleanup, Sowers Road and Woods Gap. I had the motor out for some brush cutting on Laurel Creek. A couple others. We spent quite a bit of time on our own equipment because this was our dry run month. That means we pretend like we've gotten some severe winter weather, making sure all of our equipment has the spreaders on and everything's working well with the spreaders and the plows and all that kind of stuff. So that takes place generally in October, late September. And we're actually, VDOT is going to have a snow conference district-wide where we talk about strategies and reacquaint ourselves with the process. So that's been taking place as well. And I don't know if I've mentioned, but we have gotten a few of the projects that we talked about over the summer done. Done a lot of work on some sidewalks in town. We'll catch those bit by bit. Of course, Jerry Lane and Barberry and Oxford are all complete. There was one other thing. Mr. Booth, we did do the work on Oak Hill for the drainage for the grate that was at the corner of Woods Gap and Oak Hill.
Oh, that total rebate.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was an old drainage system with a metal grate that had rusted out and had become dangerous. People do walk up and down that street, but that's complete now too.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
That's it. That's updates. Sorry about that. Yeah. That better?
Yeah.
This way, maybe. There. I generally don't have to move microphones up. It's not a usual problem for me, but. So. Sure. Any questions or any other things the board might have, I'm ready to take them.
We start on this end, this 10, let's on this side. I haven't had any complaints about Jay Lane, so I'm assuming everything must be good. Thanks for your work out there.
I mean, it shouldn't move a lot with all the trucks that are going in there.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Thank you for your work out there. The only other real thing I was going to make mention of is I think Linda had received information about it too, but if we can maybe look at, I mean, it's going to be a project, but the intersection of Stonewall and Daniels Run. So if the concern is, well, there's a hidden driveway just past, if you're coming from Czech towards Christiansburg, you come down the hill around the curve, there's a hidden driveway on the right. But the other concern is people who's pulling off of Stonewall, making a left towards Christiansburg, especially if you're pulling a trailer. And there is a lot of cattle trailers that come through there. But if you're going 55 on Daniels Run, like most people above 55, that's becoming a safety issue there. I don't know what would need to take place, maybe with some bank removal or something, but it might be a project that we look at.
It would be a significant project. We'd have to check right of way, and but that could be something we use some construction funds or safety funds. We always have extra funds for that aren't maintenance funds.
It's some erratic drivers out through there. I got passed on Daniels Run Sunday. I got passed twice. Well, I got passed once, but the car in front of me got passed on a double yellow. I mean, they was scooting. So, but if we could put that on the radar for that project, that'd be good. Upcoming.
Can I just piggyback on that? Yeah, we've both been talked to by a resident out there, and I really think that we need to, I mean, speaking about 45, Montgomery County lowered Daniels Run in that part of the county to 45. And I just think Daniels Run is traveled so frequently now. And as Mr. Cox has said, people are just driving way too fast on that road. I've been passed on it too. And, both Levi and I mean, we're not going 35 miles an hour. I mean, we're at 45, maybe 50 since it's still a 55 mile an hour area. So for us to be passed is a little much. But that idea that so many trailers are now coming out of there with that business that's on Stonewall, wonderful agricultural business that really the safety of so many of our county residents is at stake here.
All right. I can see if I don't know if they've done a speed study on that in the recent past, but I can check.
I appreciate any help you can do on it.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
All right. It's funny. You clicked off all the things I was going to say. So thank you very much for taking care of it. The only other area that I've been contacted with, and I think we got too, is Eames Road. That's just one of those roads that are, separates our districts. And I've gotten a few calls on Eames, maybe whenever we can. I know that one of the residents wants to maybe get it surface treated, but I told them that, you got to talk to everybody on your road. And I just wanted to bring that up again. And also, Thomas Farm, with the not recently rained, but some of those hard rains, there have been areas where ditching has gotten clogged, and I know that's that's the word we don't want to hear. But there's also been a significant bit of logging, so if Thomas Farm Road can be looked at as well.
Cool.
And that's all I have. Thanks everybody for the jobs they've been doing out there. The roads do look really, really good, and for the most part, and happy snow removal.
Thank you. Watch your mouth. Okay. Annual guardrail, the guardrail, they still haven't got to the ones on Route 8. But I will say the new ones they put in at 7:30, not only do they look good, but they took care of a problem. They actually moved them closer to the asphalt there, so we don't have to worry about asphalting over further. But the people turning down to there now have no choice. If they've got a long trailer, they have to, if they're coming back toward Floyd, they have to cross over into the other lane now. I don't know why they moved it closer, but they did. Which shoulders on Route 8. Have you had a chance to look at that ditch on Newtown Road we talked about out next to the church?
No, I we were talking
No,
about now.
normally I come first and we need ditches cleaned out, but this one's too deep. I'm a hypocrite, I guess. You can't ever satisfy me. But there is a concern there at that church there that, especially when you have buses or two bigger vehicles, it's only a matter of time before one of them's going to flip over if they go off into that ditch.
I'll run over and look at that when we're done right here.
And I don't know what we can do. It may be because of the drainage at the church. I don't know, but if you could look at that, I would appreciate it. I serve on the VACO Transportation Committee. And I'm going to try and get them, and kind of like your reaction, if you think about it and get back to me. Several years ago, we got unsurfaced roads statewide 35 miles an hour. You think about something on secondary roads at 45 miles an hour, secondary surface roads, and maybe even something county by county, because in Floyd County, we have very, very few secondary roads you need to be traveling over 45 miles an hour on anyway. But I'm sure Fairfax and Alexander's got some diverters in the Elk Creek up there that they don't want to. Do you think that's something worth pursuing? And it can be done in a way that, unless otherwise posted, that way it doesn't cost our maintenance money, doesn't cost you your money. Unless otherwise posted, the speed limit is 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, that would be something that has to be done by the General Assembly. Right. Just like the other, the unpaved roads were done in just a few counties first, and then they made it statewide. Right. So you could do it for certain counties because then you would have to do a speed study to raise it. And there are probably counties with different topography than Floyd that would be a lot to do to do all the studies to raise it. So it wouldn't be a statewide thing. It'd probably be better off as a county. Certain counties.
it's some way that it's a request of the local governing body to do so for their county. I'm just trying to, I want it simple. If it's simple, most of the time it goes through and it gets what you want. When it gets complicated, they start complicating and then doing stuff. That's when it goes off the rails, kind of like that 15-mile-an-hour deal. I just wanted you to have the authority to lower speed limits again. But now, you know, what they ended up with, and that was after, and you can't comment, that was after the Department of Transportation in Richmond got involved with it. Now it says that we can reduce the speed limits to 15 mile an hour in residential and business districts. Well, that tied it into zoning. There's 8 counties that doesn't have zoning, so that eliminated us off the bat. And it got all mixed up to where, you know, the attempt was, and our committee agreed, was to get back in your hands the power to set speed limits again.
All right.
And you have the option of whether, you know, if you're concerned, you could do a speed study, or if it was obvious it needed to be reduced, you could do it without a speed study. Yeah. But it didn't get that way. So,
and that's what what you're talking about with a blanket statutory 45 is what they would call it, is that the roads wouldn't have to be studied. It would be by law, they're 45, and then you would only do a speed study if you wanted to change it from that
to 55 or
35. Yeah. So we done, but it would be done legislatively.
Right. Maybe we can discuss that and add that to our wish list.
Legislative.
Yeah. That's all I had. Thank you.
I only have one thing, and I received a concern about Sufton Road and the chemical spraying that was going on there.
Which road?
Sufton.
I don't know what kind of chemical spraying. I know we've had a few calls. That road doesn't ring a bell, but I know we've had some calls saying that there'd been chemical spraying, that then it wasn't us doing any kind of chemical spraying. So I'd have to look at that one to see. What was the concern exactly?
We're just concerned about the safety, and could you do something using chemical?
Let's see if we've done any. And yeah.
I think Aspirin every now and then does that.
Yes. And and AP does some. And yeah.
That's it. Okay. I just had one thing.
I want to piggyback on one thing Jerry said about these side roads. This is Colinda's district, but I'll bring it up anyway. And I'm on that road all the time. But Vaughn's Mill, you know, they put up that 35 mile an hour speed sign when you first turn off at Shady Grove. But then I guess the locals out there didn't like the speed limit, so it disappeared. And it hasn't been replaced. That's been about a year ago. It would help, I guess, with law enforcement, because if they stop somebody that's going over 35, they say, well, there's no speed limit.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
You know, so that give him a tool to work with.
Yeah.
Because that road right there shouldn't even be 35. Yeah, but, you know, it's a secondary paved road, and that's what it says. But that is a difficult road.
You do have to be careful with what you wish for getting pavement, because it's speed
Well,
limits.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
But anyway, I appreciate all the machine work y'all been doing.
Yeah,
But we still got a lot in my district. I had got some calls on Burnett Patch. It comes off of 58 up that hill. And I cut through there the other day coming back from a funeral. I can see what they're talking about, because it's got a lot of gravel on it. It's got washboard. And you about have to put 4-wheel drive, you know, just to get over it. I was wondering, this is a budgetary thing, it's up to y'all, but I was wondering why maybe up until that first curve up there at the Apple place, whatever they call it, you know, if you just surface street that hill.
That was my first thought, that we should probably just pave that.
Yeah, and that would eliminate that. But
yeah,
it's also, as you come on through where the waters jump to ditches, you know, sort of little ditches across the road. And, pretty rugged coming through there. And it looked like the road hadn't had since I'd been through there. I don't know if these people quit using it or what, but it seemed like the road was a lot more narrow than it used to be.
Yeah, it'll do that if you're not, forget all those traffic, knocking stuff down, yeah.
But like I say, you know, we could use some more machine work, and you know, that's one spot that really needs to be worked on.
All right, I'll mention that to them.
But other than that, I appreciate all the work y'all do with the limited staff you got.
Yep.
You know,
Seems like we're constantly hiring too. It's a
so,
constant turnover.
you know, like Linda says, you know, we need the snow, but I'm not advocating for a lot of it. Yeah. But we do need some snow.
Water few days. It's
But good luck with that this one.
thanks. We'll see what we get.
Staff have anything?
Mr. Chairman, if we might suggest that you all consider going ahead and talking about the high school road addition and abandonment resolution. Well, Mr. Clark, being the superintendent, is here. That's all right. And Steve also has spent some time, Mr. Durbin has spent some time looking at it. So maybe we can go ahead and get through that. And
That'd be a great time to do it.
also look at the Route 8 resolution after that.
Kim, were you able to send attachments picture of the map? Where did it go?
Right under,
She just sent it.
right under the,
Oh, mine.
you might have to brush.
Yeah, I see it. FHS sketch.
Let me try it again. Oh, there it is, popped up. Sorry.
And if I might, Mr. Chairman, kind of maybe by way of background for the public. So this has to do with the roads near the high school and some of the changes that have occurred, particularly with the construction of the new CCDC and some of the changes that then are required. It's been a subject of much discussion internally.
Yes, ma'am.
Steve, did you have a chance to look at that resolution and check out the code sections and make sure we're covering our bases per what was done back many moons ago?
Yeah, I think that you can utilize this, these code sections and proceed by resolution. I did have two specific things on the resolution, some questions about it. References Form AM 4.3. I assume that's just sort of an administrative thing, but it wasn't attached. And so in order to recommend that you all adopt anything, I would want to see what that attachment is. And number two, it says the last, second to last, be it further resolved clause. It says that be it further resolved, the school board of Floyd County and this board hereby guarantee the right of way to be clear and unrestricted, including any necessary easements for cuts, fills, and drainage. I've got some concerns about that. I don't know if the school board has been consulted on that as of yet, but I think they would need to, they're the property owner. I don't see, I've looked at GIS, I don't see any county-owned land here at all. So I don't think it's really within your power to guarantee that there'll be easements provided or the right of way will be clear. So I guess I'd ask the VDOT representative if how you'd like to proceed on that, because I don't think the board of supervisors can go that far.
I don't know. This is a standard resolution that's used. But I can see your point that if it's not their property, they can't unless it's deeded to them in some way.
Yeah,
But that's an entire another process.
yeah.
All it's saying is that if we will maintain the road and anything we have to, and there are no cuts, it's all pretty much all carbon gutter, which means there's no really cuts and fills.
Yeah. I mean, I could recommend the board adopt the resolution without that clause in it. And then we could potentially ask the school board to adopt the resolution without that language removed, because they're the ones who really can guarantee that the right of way will be clear. So if that would be acceptable.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, yeah, to Mhm. I don't think that, I don't think that the supervisors can guarantee the school board will do X, Y, and Z. So I guess it would be my view that this is something that the board of supervisors can adopt with, if we excise that, that clause.
Can you forward him those attachment numbers? Did you forward it to Steve? You were talking about the attachments?
Yeah, I did see, I saw the sketch.
Okay.
I have not seen Form AM 4.3.
May I? Yeah. Just, is it necessary for this guarantee right of way to be clear and unrestricted? Is that necessary in any resolution for VDOT to have?
Right of way is not
Okay.
necessary.
So that
We just need a,
paragraph is not necessary actually for anybody to do.
Yeah, right, you're at, because the school board needs on that, or he's just.
you can be part of the secondary system without it being right of way. We have lots of roads that are in the secondary system, but they aren't right of way. It's an easy.
So we could just drop that from ours.
Right, we could drop that from ours, but then the school board doesn't need to make one for themselves, apparently, on VDOT.
Yes, I'm comfortable.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Please note I've updated it for your file with the removal of that
Thank you.
paragraph.
Do you? David, this Form AM 4.3, do you know?
I made a note to take a look at that. It's referenced in the resolution, but not included. So I'm going to see what that is. I don't know what it is.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor?
Well,
Okay. Steve, there is actually part of Oak Hill Drive Southwest that is in the county. It's actually in the town, obviously, but there is a roadway that will have right of way that will need to be cleared because it's not in the school system. Also on this sketch, David, Baker Street is not listed as a street. You have Oak Hill listed, but you don't have Baker. And what do we name the blue section? I brought that up last time. I mean, does the whole...
it's a continuation of Oak. If I may, I think it's a continuation of Oak Hill. We will go from stop sign at Woods Gap, Ever Elementary, and back to the stop sign would be Oak Hill. Then the other one would be Baker up to the top of the hill.
Okay, yeah, if that, I mean, I'd like to have our names, I mean, 911 and except, I mean, yeah, so basically, as I understand it, Supervisor Booth, you're saying from Woods Gap all the way up past the elementary school, past the band building, past the greenhouses, onto the new road and intersecting with C on Baker Street is all Oak Hill Drive Southwest.
Right.
Okay, I think that makes perfect sense.
Southbound. Yeah, the Baker. Oh, yeah, he just has numbers. Yeah, the county doesn't say it's wrong.
Right. Oak Hill is 1109, 10,009 or something like that.
Yeah.
It goes from Woods Gap, I think about, it's just a tenth, 2/10. And then that road stops, and that was brought in as a little addition or something at one point, and that's probably beat up right away. And then 9150, I think, I can't remember. 45 is the school road.
Yeah, from there at the top of the hill to elementary school.
Yeah.
To Woods Gap.
It's considered the school road. Route 9145.
Shepherd's Road.
So I don't have the sketch on it, but
The sketch shows all sections. It's 145. I don't think that's correct if Baker Street is 10. I mean, so the sketch, I'm not sure that the sketch is correct with the numbering here. They say it's all 91.
145 except for this section right here. You're right. I thought it was well done. No, that's correct, because that's the end of Oak Hill. Oak Hill starts here and goes here. And this is the 10 whatever. So yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
This
Yep. Same.
Baker Street's the same.
Yep. So it's within the school property. It's done 145.
Just to clarify, because I'm not up on the names as well as I've got the sketch in front of us. The F to D, and then from C all the way to A, that's all 9135. Yes, okay. That's the way I read it. So
Similar to
It's a separate road. I mean, that's how it's always been. Because Baker Street goes all the way out to Red Bay.
and Baker Street is numbered differently from F over to Route 8.
Yeah.
So from F to Route 8 is a certain number. From F throughout the school is 9145. And from A back down to Woods Gap is 1009 or something. Now, which name them is entirely of the county.
you're talking about the numbering.
Yes. Yeah.
It's all
Yes. And just similar to every road, every state maintained road on the grounds of Virginia Tech is Route 314. Drillfield Route 314. Yep. Drillfield 314. West Campus Drive is 314.
Yeah.
Lots of Southgate Drive is 314. Beamer Way is 314.
Any new road can be, yeah. Would you understand why you do?
yes. Yeah, I'm glad that you do this.
I mean, basically, that every road in Floyd County has 3 numbers, and every road name in Floyd County has 3 names. So it's like, it's not, I'm following, 660 of King's Store. Yeah. The same number turns on Jerry Lane, but it's different from Jerry Lane further on.
Basically, swapping the two. Just in the message. It's not changing the maintenance responsibility or future paving or sidewalk responsibility. All still maintenance under.
This is why I'm done by this resolution, because we're taking a section out and replacing it. It's simple to where if we were to rebuild a road that had a hairpin curve in it, we would take out that hairpin and make a straight road. We're just taking out that part and adding this part.
Same road, just rerouting and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. I wanted to make sure we weren't losing any of the maintenance or any of that stuff. Let's see. Let me get back. I take it sometime today you could send us a copy, or Alexander could, of this form 4.3.
Yeah.
If it's appropriate, I would make a motion to approve this resolution pending attorney's review of Form AM 4.3. And, if that's a standard form, there's no questions, then we go ahead and approve it. Is that, or would it be prudent to just wait?
So the way I'm interpreting your motion is that you're looking to approve the resolution, one, without that,
As amended.
as amended, without that further resolve clause. And review of Form AM 4.3 by council. So once I've looked at it and it's not an issue, I can just confirm in writing to the county administrator. Have no issues with it, and then when you're happy to send a certified copy to VDOT of the resolution.
Yes.
Okay.
Authorized signatures and that. I mean, do you see any problem with that, or just to get it moving?
No, I don't see any problem with that. I think that's fine.
I was gonna try to put it, I did it just now.
Who's talking?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
Did you hear what I said, Linda? Oh, it appears that missing form is just a delineation of what the street names and sections are, what you all were just talking through. So I think it should be a pretty black and white, hopefully, sort of thing.
Yeah, I have every expectation of being able to approve that, but I just don't think I could ever tell you to approve something with an exhibit sight unseen.
I'll second again.
Motion second, year discussion.
Okay. On the motion to approve as modified and currently presented, Ms. Cheeto has been changing it for us, so thank you. The resolution related to the Floyd County High School Road addition / abandonment. And recognizing that this is a tentative pending final review of the requested form by council, but would authorize the certification of that upon approval of council. How's that?
Don't you love it when they change it around?
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes,
All right.
take a simple resolution and just add.
And then we got one. Then we have one more.
Mr. Clark is here. I'm kind of concerned to bring this up, given the last resolution. We have, you all have,
I was wondering if well, somebody after I have my surgery be out for a little bit, I may have to delegate that to Jerry to sign. Because I really don't want to sign it until it's
ready.
So when it's ready, just power Jerry and he can come by.
and if I might, Mr. Chairman, we were going to suggest if you all are willing to look at the resolution, the other road-related resolution, which is related to Route 8. And so while we're disappointed it doesn't extend until Floyd County, we are excited that there might be more improvements on Route 8 coming towards Floyd County.
Floyd County is the good part about it.
Yeah, I would love to make that motion to adopt this resolution. This is, as Chairman and I have discussed for many years, really. This is long overdue, so if you want, I make the motion that we adopt this resolution.
Is there any discussion?
I'll second.
Motion second. No, roll.
All right. On the motion to approve the resolution as presented related to improvements by VDOT along Route 8, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yeah.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good one. The one thing I forgot to mention is that we did have a meeting, by phone that we do, 3 times a year, and Carla and Ladina were there. I was there, on our computers. Where we discuss, any kind of project wish list kind of with our local assistance director down in Salem. His name is Anthony Ford. He is really good at, scouring all the various VDOT and other types of funding sources that aren't available for the residency, which is basically just maintenance and the secondary construction budget, for things like the Highway Safety Improvement Program, Smart Scale, which is what this is kind of tied to. There's a Safe Routes to School funding. There's all kinds of other small, but can be significant pockets of funding. And we put our heads together and come up with lists. And there's input from the board members as well. Anytime you guys come up with something that I think could go on this list, we just kind of have a very informal spreadsheet, and they're good at maybe finding ways to use the funding that isn't really well known. So they're good meetings. They're good meetings. We have them with the town. We have them with the county. Anthony Ford does these meetings with every locality in the Salem district. And that's not just the county. It's the counties and all the towns and the cities, even the ones that maintain their own streets. We have meetings with Christiansburg, with Blacksburg, Bradford, and so forth. So they're good meetings.
Did he used to work out of the Christiansburg office?
He very briefly he did.
I thought I recognized the name, so.
Yeah, those meetings are really helpful, but as y'all know, we were also kind of dependent on Montgomery County making this a priority, and they had 2 parts of Route 8 in for these HSIP applications, Highway Safety Improvement Program or something like that. So there are 2 going in, Christiansburg to kind of Runner, and then this part that we're most concerned about through those curves. So anyway, cross your fingers, but I wanted to mention that Montgomery has been supportive, and that's kind of what's helped get it to this point. So thank you.
Well, I have to applaud Terry, Chairman Sherman, myself, Terry, not to exclude Kalinda and Levi, but into the lives lost on that section of road are paramount in Montgomery County joining us. And I'm just really glad to see this. Thank you, Ladina.
I've been on board for 12 years, and I've been harping on it every year.
We were talking about it in the spring of 1992. So.
Yeah, like a lot of the gravel roads, all the easy ones have been done. But there's
Before, David, this is not an easy fix, and I get it. I mean, but it's, and I'll tell you, it's just by the grace of God, there haven't been more lives lost because many people have gone off the road there and survived. But it's just,
I know before you get to Camp Craig, when you chop over and go around on the right, it looks like it's pretty, got a lot of rock ledges in it. It's probably going to be a bear to get around.
There's a house or a dwelling fairly close to the road in there too that's going to be a problem.
It's not an easy fix, but it's one that has to be done.
Absolutely.
At risk of being the bearer of bad news here, just to be clear, it's not this level of money is not going to straighten all those curves.
No.
It's to try to focus on safety by shoulder work and rumble strips and different approaches like that. So it's not the grand fix that is ultimately needed, but at least it's something that I think will help save some lives.
So cliche that wellness journey starts with a single step.
Exactly.
So there'll be so many rumble strips between the county line and line. I wouldn't want to put snow on that this winter.
This reason those curves are there. If you do a straight line from Broad Shoals or whatever, Camp Carysbrook, straight down to the bridge across the river, that'd be a pretty steep road.
Oh, it would be, yes.
So I don't know if you could do it in a straight shot. The curves are kind of get you a little more gradual.
If you get one or two curves, just throw a little bit. Open it up like you did that one just, after you cross the bridge into Montgomery County, they opened that curve up there on the left. If you just open sight distance for Carybrook, there would be a big help.
That's one thing that I was meant to mention. And I've brought this up before, that you need to remind these flaggers not to be standing in shadows.
Yeah.
I had one on Black Ridge like that.
Yeah.
He's wearing all his reflective gear. But this time of year, he actually blended in with the colors.
That's true. Yeah. Standing next to a yacht.
Yeah, he did. I was like, oh.
And sometimes they start the work zone and the fragment is just around the curve. And you get around the curve and all of a sudden there's a flagger and you gotta, because the rumble strips a half mile back.
There's almost, they started that the rumble strip program because of that. But then sometimes it's kind of a aggressive operation. So they run themselves away from the rumble strips and they're not as immediate anymore.
It's also quite surprising at night when the flagger is out of the light, when they're standing
Right.
behind the light.
Yes.
So everything's lit and they're in that black spot.
I think the Daniel starter, they was doing that at night and they had the big light up. He was just outside that light. And then all of a sudden, it's not hitting my brakes. And
Those are good safety topics. We have a hard safety meeting before we start work each day. And we got a flagging operation. They should bring that up. I'll see that they do bring that topic up every time.
because some of them get sort of aggravated at us, like it's our fault. But if we don't see them,
Sure. Yeah.
it's two-way street.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. They want seen. They got to make themselves seen.
It's probably words traveling both ways.
Yes.
So thank you, and thanks, sir.
I'd like to share one more thing quickly. David mentioned these 3 times a year meetings that we do, and Carla's part of her planning role is transportation planning work, and she's been doing a lot of training in that regard and will continue to do more, but she's going to plan to come and join you all at the meeting before those and after, so that if there's something, not in the maintenance, that's kind of in David's department, but in some larger issue that you want added to the list or you want us to discuss with the group of about 10 or 12 VDOT folks for that meeting. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that Carla will kind of be point on that, and we're happy to carry the messages back that you all have. So.
Thank you, David. Thank you. So I guess we skip Jacob. So not time for public comment, but we could
That's kitchen.
do some of your work or whatever.
Yeah, well, if you'd like, I can give you a little bit of the Jacob update,
Okay.
and then we can go on to some other things. So wanted to make you all aware, as you all know, and we've discussed before, the county owns substantial land above the high school. And so Jacob and some other folks in the community have been, and Ladina's been up there a couple times. We've been starting to look at how we could potentially start utilizing some of that land, and making sure to hopefully leave space for someday a future larger recreation building and some fields and those kind of things. But looking at some of those original drawings and then walking around, trying to figure out if there's some way to convert some of that into some trails that could be funded and also used by some of the school teams, like the cross-country team is already up in there a little bit. So it might be nice if they were on a real trail. Some of those kind of things. So just wanted to make you all aware of that if you see folks around there. Kind of interestingly, you all probably remember, but I was not around to see this years ago. Of course, there used to be a subdivision laid out in there. And so it turns out a lot of that is actually able to connect pretty well to make a very strong start on about a mile-long trail up there. So without doing a whole lot of alterations at all. So wanted to let you know about that. In addition to that, Jacob and I will start working on a new grant related to the urban forestry application. That's what we used to fund the outdoor classroom previously. We now fit in a category that there's pretty substantial funds potentially available without a local match requirement. So that's due November 1. So we're going to get our heads together and also with Dina's brain a little bit about what's the best way to approach that, and probably reach out to our local forester as well to make sure that they're signed on. But wanted to make you aware of those kind of things. And then beyond that, there's a couple of things related to rec sports. But rather than getting over my head about that, we'll just let Jacob tell you about that later, if that's all right. Those are things I have been more involved in.
Then no match grants are few and far between.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to take advantage of them when we can.
Yeah, and we've been keeping, of course, the school folks apprised of kind of what some of our thoughts are up on the hill as well, since there are very next door neighbors up there. So that's the part I can give for Jacob in just a couple of minutes there. Beyond that, Mr. Chairman, we kind of skip while we're waiting for the sheriff to come by. Under old business, the one item we still have remaining is, if you don't mind, is the New River Valley Community Action appointment. And if we might, that is on here. You notice it is not an action item. It is just to remind you all that position remains open.
Could I back up for a second? I'm sorry to interrupt. This thing we was talking about the other day concerning sheriff and animal control.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be feasible if he wanted to go into closed session with us for just a few minutes and catch us up on that and let us voice our concerns?
Yeah, well, I think he actually mentioned that as kind of it might fall under personnel.
Oh, okay.
So then,
Should have known you. I was one step ahead of me.
yes, well, we hadn't, but I think when he spoke to Ms. Cheeto, that was one of.
Are we talking about their personnel doesn't fall under our personnel, does it?
That would be my concern. If it's a position that the county funds and has some supervision over or input on, maybe that might be contract negotiation, but there is an AG's opinion out there that says that if we don't have the right to supervise and manage the employee, it's not our personnel.
Sorry. That's all right.
I just,
I keep wanting to go today.
that just popped in my head, and that's something from a previous attorney years ago, and I didn't think it had changed. Now, if it could involve a potential lawsuit, or it's something that requires our discussion with our attorney.
County liability.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'd like to have Steve on that over here. What the problem is.
Am I correct? The county does provide some funding for this position, this operation. So if there's a question about changing terms of the contract and the funding, then maybe that might be a contract negotiation. So
No, we ain't talking about changing his salary or anything. It's just a problem that we have out there that we need to discuss.
Could that problem lead to potential lawsuit or liability?
Very easily.
Then I guess, yeah, I know you have to be careful on that one too, but
Yeah, I mean, I think this sounds like an A8. There's the legal
Okay.
discussion. Without knowing exactly specifics, I would just have to say that's our best option, and we get in there and it's tough to make sure we can find ourselves to the limits of it. Maybe
Yeah.
stop.
You smack me when we start getting that way. Not too hard, but it's the piece goes it. You take out the frustrations of the past when I do.
The danger's in the big
and he's got witnesses that you got there still. So
But I don't think you make me hurt any worse than what I already heard. So yes, I'm
well, if it does, you'll forget about what we heard there.
gonna take my mind off of it for a while.
So then, Mr. Chair, if I might, so we're adding on the agenda, reasons for a closed session would include emergency management, radio, and animal control. And then I will recall earlier before Mr. Durbin was able to join us, we also had a question about contract negotiations related to the reassessment. And so the question was, and they were waiting for you to get here, is A8 appropriate for that, or should we discuss that under a different letter, different number?
So I would rely on AA to the extent that we've got some sort of legal questions on that. To the extent that it's just sort of negotiating strategy. Let me locate an additional one. Probably A29. Because we're discussing an award of public contract involving expenditure of public funds.
Well, since we've been that,
We're discussing an opening session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body.
I was just saying there, since we've been up in the 20s.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess it might be appropriate to go back and ask for an amendment to the agenda to add under A8 the issue of animal control and reassessment, and also add a provision for closed session under A29, public contract conversation, again, related to reassessment.
So moved.
Thanks for seconding it. So go ahead, Colorado.
All right, on the motion to amend the agenda as previously noted to add animal control and reassessment as reasons to go into closed session under A8, and also add A29, discussion of public contract related to reassessment. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook? Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Got that. So if I might then, Mr. Chairman, now that we've done that, go back for just a minute to 11A. And again, this is not an action item, but just a reminder that we're still looking for a person to fill one of the Floyd County spots on the New River Valley Community Action Agency Board. Of course, we already have one position filled, but we need one more. So just wanted to bring that back to your attention. And we have previously advertised. So if someone comes forward, then, or multiple people come forward, hopefully then you can move forward with interviews after we get those applications.
That's not districts.
I don't believe so. No.
Can we get a list? I know it sounds bad, but can we get a list of the current board members?
I have that.
Do you? Okay.
43 pages.
Oh, that's the listing of all the boards. Yes.
If you're just talking about,
Well, of Floyd County people on the board.
All the boards.
If you'd like,
The reason I ask you is it's kind of embarrassing. You go out and ask somebody to serve on the board and they're already on it.
It's, I'll tell you, let's take a 5 minute break till PM, because that's where you get in the middle of something that I need to stretch my back. In fact, I turned my mic on this one.
Yeah, you did. I
Well, you turned it off.
We
Okay.
got it.
All righty. As soon as we get Linda on the line, we'll be back in session. So,
Yes, Rose.
Very gracious of Sydney to feel like candy jar.
You're welcome.
do you have a phone in your,
Yeah, well,
you sure it was vibrating before?
You don't accept or is trying to go.
Still got some business first, so, we'll be
On.
back in session. Sheriff Craig.
How's everybody this morning?
good.
Rose.
Oh, you are.
Guess just here checking in like we normally do. If anybody's got anything going on or we've got one, in the academy. Guess he's about halfway through, getting pretty close. Cody Hodge, of course, he'll be the animal control employee. We have one in training right now with dispatch. That seems to be moving forward and doing really well. So we're kind of nervous, but excited about EMD coming up. But we'll be ready for it when all that goes through. So
What was the new animal control? What's his name?
that's Cody Hodge is his name. So
Local boy.
what's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Graduated high school.
Yeah, graduated from Floyd County. So we'll be excited to get him back out.
Yeah.
So of course now we have all the schools filled with an SRO, which we're real excited about. Chase Vaughn left animal control and went to Check Elementary. Randy went a little closer to home over at Willis. And so for the first time in the history of Floyd County, we have a law enforcement officer protecting our most precious thing we have in this county, which is our children.
And that had been one of your dreams and my dreams and
My dream, Sheriff, that was,
Yeah.
and it has been fulfilled. So I'm excited to be blessed and have y'all's approval behind it all. So it's been really great.
If we can just keep them happy and satisfied.
Yeah, it's,
but the happy is
That may be the more difficult than it was creating, getting the positions filled.
yeah,
and I don't want to jinx it, but we're not bleeding officers like we used to.
now, we're still to this point that, years ago, 8 years ago, I guess, is when I became sheriff, the board then, which includes a few of y'all, listened to me. Y'all bought into a program for keeping folks here. And to this day, 8 years later, we have had one officer leave for another department. And that's it. When it was a one about every year and a half. Now, we've had officers leave for other reasons. But one that has left on their own for another department, and they're actually no longer in law enforcement. So they went to the state police on that lateral transfer, and then they left the state police.
And I've been told that some of the officers, when somebody asked them, well, why don't you go here? You can make more money and all. I said, we don't want to. We want to live here. We will work here. But that says a lot right there when you got dedication.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. That's one thing you can't ask for. We've got a great core group right now. I couldn't be more happy with who we have, officer wise, civilian wise. I think everybody works really well together, and of course we're always, there's always going to be some things that come up, but some corrections here and there. But other than that, that's just the way it goes.
It's like married life. You're going to have your ups and downs.
That's right.
Disagreements and
That's where that little shade of gray comes in.
About a little shade of gray.
Anybody got any questions or anything?
No, just thank you for what you're doing and served a lot through the years and we've had good groups, but I think we have one of the best groups we've ever had.
And hopefully, whoever comes in after me down the road, hopefully way down the road, they'll make the department even better than me. Just one thing that, you kind of dream of is every time, leadership changes and goes on, you just want it to continue to get better and better. And I think that's my main goal is to, hopefully have it set forward that way. It just keeps getting better and better.
I got tickled the other day. David Wells posted a thing on Facebook. It was a picture of what we used to have, old Crown Vics and PR. Well, we never did have the PR 15s. You had a blackjack. I had a slapjack. And then the old revolvers and that's all we had.
Yeah, plus you had to pay for it yourself.
Yeah. And then I see what the guys is carrying today. I've always harped and whatever you got on that belt is something else for you to protect in a fight. And I thought, oh my God, with all that weight and all that stuff they got to protect, there got to be some good scrappers in there. But anyway, it's a different world to you.
It is.
That's all I was required. You negotiate a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
You know if the judge has got to see any green box dumpster behind you?
I don't know if anything has come before him yet on the new violations. You're talking, what are we right at 4 weeks probably?
Yeah.
So they'll be close.
Yeah.
They'll be close. But I don't think anything yet. Of course, last week, if they did, we had a substitute judge. It was last week.
Well, the new fines have caught the attention of
Yeah, I was mowing some hay inside of green boxes there at Buffalo Mountain the other day. And I seen a truck come in. Normally I go up there, but I just didn't go up to it this time. And he was too far away from me to get a tag number or anything. But here it was from adjacent county. And they was just throwing all kinds of building junk. And it looked like it cleaned up around their house. I thought, well, it would have been a fine one to get, to make it. Because you can look at his old truck and held it, some of that stuff should have went to riders on 100, I guess.
We're still utilizing the jail crew. Joe Robbins, he's been great with the New River Valley Regional Jail. And his crew over, of course, really it's just him and one other, and possibly sometimes they'll have 2 trustees. But cleaning up the trash around the green boxes. Now that we're coming in the fall, we're getting in the winter time, you'll start seeing more trash on your roads in your districts. Please let me know if you've got, a road that's filthy. We'll put on the list, these guys can get over here and help us out on, these roads in your districts there. I know we just cleaned up 750 coming off of Route 8 there. And it's, like I said, as stuff starts to die back, you'll notice it more. Just let me know and we'll try to get the crew out.
I wanted you to thank the jail crew for Buffalo Mountain because they did a fantastic job. I stopped one time and I counted like 18 bags of them.
Yeah, it was a tremendous amount of stuff but they got from behind, not even really on the green box property.
This was down on Mr. Goet's property.
Yeah, down around that building.
And I checked the other day just to see if that buyer was back, and there was one bag that was down there. And I mean, it didn't have that much in it. So he didn't get much treat out of that one, I don't think. But they did a great job.
Have you added the green box site on Route 8 outside of town to your list?
No. We didn't get
that bank.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chairman Sherman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mayor Craig, good to see you again.
Good to see you. I lost you. I did see you, but now you're just a time.
Oh, now I thought. Uh-oh. Anyway, yeah, I am interested. I know that that you were able to get some vehicles through some of the extra profit funds, but how is our enterprise program going with the sheriff's department and your vehicles?
It's going really well. I mean, we've been able to maintain the vehicles have went up. I couldn't tell you the percentage, 20 some percent. And, haven't really had to ask for any additional funding over the last 4 years, 5 years that we've been doing enterprise. So we've been very pleased with it. It's something we're going to continue on. And
Excellent.
just the mere fact of being able to trade 2 vehicles in and get 3 for the same price, it's been great.
Yeah.
So far, if the truck market dies, we're worried about that, but the truck market doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
I don't think so.
So
I don't think so at all. Okay, I just wanted to check on that. Thanks to your officers and your leadership team. I appreciate everything that you're doing.
thank you.
That's another officer safety thing right there too.
Yeah, I mean,
Good, solid vehicle.
you're riding in the vehicles that you let off the gas on the curb and the steering goes out for a split second.
Yeah.
Levi remembers that day too. It looks like I'm like, you have no idea. You have no idea.
That means check the copper heel and
Yeah,
way there, your brakes ain't working.
yeah. It's no fun. It's no fun.
To me one time.
That
I think that too, Sheriff Craig, obviously wanting to live here and work here is important, but I think, to Chairman Kelly's point as well with weaponry and cars, and I mean, it's just been a whole list of things that has, really worked to help strengthen the morale, the department, and, just that it's very important. And you can't replace people who know your county, that live in your county, and are protecting the citizens of their county. So, yeah, kudos.
They're already invested if they live here.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, one good thing about when I work compared with what y'all deal with now, as far as what you carry. When I work, everybody knows everybody else. It's like I told magistrate one time, I know the ones that I could call on the phone and they would come in.
Yeah.
I know the ones that I'd have to go pick up. And I know the ones I'd better take 3 or 4 with me when I have to get them. And, but now you got a whole different society, and, so I don't envy y'all's job.
I think that's been the biggest importance of like the implementation of tasers, things like that. Just some type of additional non-lethal force for these men and women out here to have another tool that they don't get it. We lost her there for a second.
The way I feel about electricity, if I know you had the taser, I would do anything you want me to do.
So it's amazing what Calfence does,
Anybody else got questions? Appreciate you coming down. Thank you. Nothing else that tell you hang around for a few minutes.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I'll move on to public comment, but Bob left. He didn't have nothing to say. Now we'll open public comment. If y'all got anything you want to say, on staff, guys. We haven't got on the board time yet, so, but nobody in the audience, and I will public comment over.
So just to clarify, if I might, Mr. Chair, for the record, we did not receive anything.
Yeah, I keep forgetting.
Yeah, to be read. So I just want to let you know, or not read, but to be provided. Thank you.
So with that, I will take a motion to go into closed session under 2.2, 3711, A8, A1, and A29.
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion to move to closed session under 2.23711A8, consultation with legal counsel to include emergency management, radio, animal control, and reassessment. 2.23711A1, discussion consideration, a bunch of employment related things, and that's a departmental update. And then 2.23711A1, A29, public contract, and that has to do with reassessment. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenberg,
Yeah.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, we will move to closed session.
So move.
Second.
Motion second, call roll.
On the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Cookerman, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right.
I'll take certification motion. We only discuss those things we're in closed session for. So moved.
Second.
On the motion to certify that you only talked about things that you said you were going to talk about in closed session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg, yeah, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, you're out in certified.
Ready. So I guess we can move down new business.
Yes.
And that's planning commission reappointment. And I think we had some questions that we wanted to table that one to the next meeting, maybe.
Okay, table. Okay, we'll do that. And then if I'm not Mr. Chair, so the next two,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay, on the next two, so there are two different organizations that are related, but are separate organizations. And one is, of course, the Floyd Montgomery Library and being on the library board. And then there's also a seat that is now open with the Board of Trustees. And so we have people in the community, I think, who figured it out. So I have a couple of people who have contacted me that said they would like to apply when it is that you all open it up. So what we'd be looking for, I guess, if you all are interested in terms of an action item, would be to authorize us to go ahead with advertising and opening up the process
I think
for
we
both of
should.
those.
So moved.
Absolutely. Second.
Well, motion second, go ahead.
He's already discussed it.
I did. Well, apparently somebody's discussing it. They're barking. So, and just to clarify, this is to authorize staff to move forward with advertising and accepting applications for both positions that are associated with the library in Floyd.
I may be wrong, but I got a feeling we're going to get a handful of them.
And possibly within the, either in the advertisement or some way, a little bit of detail that they are two distinctly different boards,
And the duties.
you know,
Is
you get where I'm going.
it possible to put these positions on the landing page? Not very deep, like I asked for the, go ahead. Yeah. I'll wait for the next thing.
All right. So on the motion to authorize staff to advertise and begin to accept applications for both positions associated with the library, but the Board of Trustees and the overall board, and do so with a lot of putting it on the landing page and putting some duties and that kind of associated information. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right, we will move forward with that. Thank you. You guys, and then me, and we're done.
You got any board? Go ahead.
I do. I'd like to thank staff for the iPads and the very timely updates and changes. Very nice to be able to see things in real time and not have to wait for stuff. And also I'd like to ask, in addition to our board positions being open on the landing page with some duties and responsibilities, I asked for if it would be possible to have our green boxes on the landing page with just updates. This green box pulled, nearest location is wherever. I know there's a map, very deep. There's a map of our green boxes, but it's outdated. It's our stagnant map. So just,
Because those who have sites that already been closed, it's like,
I know, since one of your last requests, I'm not sure which meeting, but maybe a month, give or take, we now post it on our website.
okay,
And we also utilize the Floyd County Administration Facebook page. And the description usually is these have been removed and this would be your
right,
closest stop.
I've seen one, but I'm
Yeah.
going to not be.
Yeah, and that's on our,
Okay.
and if there's something more, we could probably do the map of some sort. But we have been trying it
Right.
and we're real diligent with,
Yeah, that's fine. I just trying to help alleviate phone calls and some of the.
that's still okay the way we've been doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Is it maybe?
Green boxes. With our new fines and the terminology, have we yet been able to figure out how much property is assigned to each green box site? In other words,
I do not think that it is a standard size.
well, I mean,
But yeah, the one,
it's for feeding animals
Mhm.
and that kind of stuff in the vicinity of the green box. We need to establish what's inside the boundary, what's outside the boundary.
I was going to bring that up. I haven't gotten back with the gentleman yet, but I've told Dr. Millsap. Have a guy that's got the green boxes on his land. He said, I'm tickled to death. I ain't worried about it. We're in here forever, you know. But we have an individual coming out of Patrick County that's feeding the cats down at Slaughters. She backed up to 40 foot, but she's putting the feed through the fence on his property. And he does not want it because he's got a barn there. He said one or two cats in his barn he had no problem with, but he said Ashe County had 7. And, you know, them 7 is going to improve on the population the first chance they get. So, you know, so I meant to ask Steve, and I forgot. You know, I think that she'd have to have permission from him to put them on his property.
I would think so.
And if she puts them out beside the road, then I think it becomes non-littering statute.
Right. Well, see, what I'm getting at is we've got, let's say, well, I'm just for sake of argument saying we've got a 1/4 acre associated with this site. And a person has permission to put food out. Well, if they're outside of that 1/4 acre, then they're not farmable.
Well, that's what I was going to get at. I think we said, 40 foot
Well,
perimeter around them?
well, that's what she said. There's no set thing.
Okay, for some reason, 40 foot came up because that's what this lady did. She backed it 40 feet.
that was some of the, if I'm not sure, that was some of the discussion at the last meeting was a guess that it was around 40 feet. But in many of those are from dated back to the 1970s. And a lot of them, there's not a particular deed or legal document. It just is, yeah, you can, folks have been kind enough to let us set things on their property. So. but
Well,
to your
in the
point,
same
it's not
instance, though, forget about the feeding of the cats. I've got a farm, I've got a site here. Well, I've got it broke up. I've got a lot here that I put grain out for my cattle that the wild animals will eat too. Am I susceptible of being fined for feeding?
I think we can exempt the landowner. And for agriculture, we just have to put something in that.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, but
Yeah.
you know, and I know most prominent is those feeding animals at the green sites, but we've got to be careful and not, you know, I mean, does that say that your entire property, you can't put cat food out?
Right.
You know, it's
It's one of them technicalities that you gotta
maybe,
Close the loophole.
maybe work with Steve and see what we can do.
My Steve Lister. Yes.
The other thing, and I hope it's all right, but I had talked to Dr. Millsaps and I talked to Mr. Pritchard over at Community Services, and she's talked to Chad downstairs. Toying with the idea of doing like an opioid abatement. I don't know what to call it. Use some of this opioid money for the people. I'm a person that I say my spouse has a problem. But we're afraid to go anywhere or say anything to anybody because of the court system. We set up a program where through both agencies, maybe one day a week, different agency on different day, where I can come in, and now we would have to include the judge and law enforcement in this, not to be charging people. But something along those lines, you know, the whole idea of this is to help people. And
So I love that idea. I'd love the schools to get involved, to be able to send something home. If we do this, send it home, a piece of paper with every single kid. If you need help, this is what the county's offering. And I'd like the health department to step up their game and do a Narcan give out here too, like they have in the other counties.
history with the health department.
Right. So just, yes, but I'd love that. And I'd like to have the school help public get that information.
What I'm thinking about is trying to get with the judge and see if he would be on board or okay with us doing something like that. And then, of course, get with the Commonwealth Attorney and the sheriff and get them on board. There's a lot of ways we can use this money, and I'm seeing it used in a lot of jurisdictions that I don't know that it's putting a billboard up on the side of the road. You might reach one or two, but I don't know that does a whole lot. Notice several ads on the television concerning it, same thing. To me, if we're going to use it, let's do it in something that'll actually have potential to help. You know, we do it, we help 3 families.
Something that you can actually point towards and say, this is what we did. This is where it helped.
Yeah, and you reach out to Plenty so they can give people every bag of food for a month has a thing in it. It's just endless outreach.
Get it out there but it's a long way from being anything. I mean, you're not ready to set it up next week, but just food for thought of one way we could use that funding.
Linda,
Yes, Linda?
could you talk to, Holly about this? Because that, I think, goes part and parcel to her position with this and the, idea of, reducing the stigma.
Mhm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I already had on my list for this afternoon to call Holly, so I will add this to the list of questions and issues. So, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else?
No, I'm just,
Have you got anything for board time, Linda?
Yeah, I do. I'm interested, and I know we've done, November and December. I am interested in knowing, does the board think, all of us together, think that we'll be doing our reorganization on that Tuesday, the 2nd?
The January?
we should.
Yeah, the 1st is the holiday. That would normally be when we do it, right?
Yeah, but that's why you gotta have a chairman. Because January 1st, you don't have a chairman.
And you don't have emergency services director.
Yeah, you don't have emergency services or anything.
Right, it's to Linda on the holiday.
That's right. So everybody drives safe on the 1st.
Yeah, because at 11:59 PM, we fall away. So I would think, 8:30 on the 2nd?
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my calendar in order. I may be, you know,
How much turkey you eat on it first?
But you're going to eat turkey from Thanksgiving all the way to February anyway.
In some form or fashion, so. Yeah, we can set that for 8:30, so if that's consensus to everybody. So. Really, anything else? Levi?
No, two things.
I can't believe that. You don't.
Thanks, real quick. One, I was just wondering if, like, the map that's behind this Vector, is there a way we could just have that somewhere into our electronic version here? So we always, especially for me and Linda, I'm always having to figure out sort of whose line is where's. We have that somehow,
The election districts.
just a district map put into the,
Can you put an icon on the,
just somewhere into the network folder that we could just check it real quick when somebody calls me with a question about something.
Yeah, we can put it up, or we might have to do a link,
Okay,
depending on the size of the file.
yeah,
But yeah,
That'd be
so-
fine.
yeah.
just might be an easy resource.
that's a good idea.
Well, you brought that up. That's a good idea. Can I get a hard copy of the map that's got the road numbers down in the bottom corner?
Like the one in my office.
Yeah, because mine has the district, but it doesn't have the numbers. It's got the names, but not the numbers on it.
We might have one out here. If not, we'll run one for you.
Run, yeah.
Run one for all of y'all if you don't have one.
That's actually just one last thing. And then,
you know, what I've done is I literally asked them, I purchased one of our big maps, and I have it on the wall in my office. And yeah, I mean, that's how I've managed to handle things all these years. I literally have a big.
He can't get it on the windshield of his tractor up.
You can find it down.
You got right.
Just cut out your district.
It's there. Tractor's on the side window.
and then, yeah. Then the last thing I was gonna just, make a statement about is, and I'm aware of it because my son's participating in it, but it's the Virginia Championship Hare Scramble Series, VCHSS, dirt bike racing, right? But a lot of people probably wasn't aware, but they travel throughout the state with different races. But this past, or 2 weekends ago, they were in Floyd County. So I just wanted to give a thank you to Brian and Lynette Best and Charles and Loretta Best. They opened up their property down on Kennedy School Road for the weekend. They had 424 dirt bike riders, and it brought 1,100 attendees. The money's being donated to the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. So food trucks was there, so it was
I bet you I know 2 of my neighbors' boys was probably down there.
yeah, I mean, it was a turnout. This is the second year they've done it.
They had second and third grade, and their dad built them in the backyard.
So, yeah.
I hear them down there.
It was a good time. I just want to say thank you, sir. I mean, yeah, I'm sure going some to the county, gas stations and restaurants and so forth for the weekend.
Back to the cats. Check with Steve. You know, he don't have to give it a high priority because I know he's got 1 or 2 other things he needs to be working on. But check with him and see, you know, like if we can identify this lady and maybe mail her a letter and explain to her that it's a violation of law to feed feral cats in or around the green box area, and that if she does it on private property, she needs to have landowners' written permission. And if she puts them on state right away, she's subject to be charged with littering. I mean, I hate to be hard-hearted, but You know, and I understand, people loving their animals, but when it makes a burden on landowners, then it's our responsibility to sort of protect them too. And I've racked my brain trying to figure out, like this 40 foot that I came up with somewhere or another. How that we could expand that or do something. And then like the jury's point that we can't restrict the landowners inadvertently by making an ordinance, And so so I thought that would be a good first step. And if we can identify her, then mail her a letter and say sorry, but you gotta stop. Or pursue Mr. Belcher, but if she trap them cats and take them somewhere, it'd be different, but
Well, some of them trap the cats. Some of them catch the cats, has them neutered, and takes them right back to the same green box site.
they did that for a while, and I've had people that was sort of irritated because their personal cat got spayed or neutered and they didn't want it done. It's, I guess they call that collateral damage or something. But and the second thing is that starting Friday for probably a week, I'm going to turn the chair over to Jerry. If everything goes as planned, then they don't have to do nothing major. And good words well, after probably for the first few days after I have surgery, I'm not going to be in too good a mood. So I'll still be open for any emails or anything that y'all want to send out. But if you got anything requiring signatures or something like that, just call Jerry, and then maybe the next Friday I'll pick it back up.
Whatever you need.
Right.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, well, like I told Kim earlier, one time I think about it and it scares me. And the next time I think about it, I think it's getting over if I need my legs back. Lived on this cane long enough. Fell flat on my face a few times, but but anyway, that's the end of board time, I guess. And so now it's up to Dr. Millsap to get us out of here.
Well, while there's several things, it's actually hopefully pretty short. So, the first item, of course, I believe most of you are aware, but just wanted to remind folks that there will be a public hearing of the Planning Commission related to the subdivision ordinance on October 17th at 6:15 p.m. here. And of course, that is for hearing on what is proposed by the Planning Commission. Then, of course, then they'll vote on it and bring something forward to you all. And at what point there'll be another public hearing, but just to let folks know. So it could potentially come to you all the same or with modifications. So just don't know. We have started making copies of that available. There are copies available that people can download or read or whatever on the website now. We also calculated out the cost if someone wants one printed out. And so that fee is attached to that as well because we deemed them all as a FOIA request. But it's all based on the actual, like we calculated out, how many pieces of paper and how much we have to pay for the copier for each page, all those kind of things, and actual staff time, but no attorney time. So followed all the rules on that as best we could.
One thing you want to be sure and remind the planning commission of, they hold their public hearing. If they go back and change something and make it more restrictive, they got to go back to the public hearing. Same thing applies to them as it does us.
Okay. Good reminder. Thank you. Next item is a PSA work group, really more like a work meeting, I guess. So in some other conversations, we've had some discussion about getting together some of the staff folks, both of the PSA, the town and county, and hopefully public health, and spend some time just kind of whiteboarding what are some ideas, not just related to the PSA, although that's certainly a part of it, but also just water, sewer issues in the county. And everybody think across the board that Patrick's doing a terrific job of running the PSA, but there's only a couple of folks down there, and it takes a lot of time and energy to just kind of keep everything humming. So this would be to maybe help out a little bit with some collective ideas about where we could maybe go, what are some options might be, and then we can bring that all back to our respective bodies and maybe have some follow-up discussions. But wanted to let you know, thank you that we decided to do that, because every once in a while we sit around here and we kind of spitball some ideas, but they don't go anywhere. So it's not very useful. Thank you. Of course, you all probably saw on social media, I did IBMA this year. I love going, it's particularly on the days it's open to the public. And IBMA will continue to be at Raleigh for one more year at about the same time. So I intend to go to that again and represent Floyd and do the booth. We had well over 80% of the people that came to the booth said they had been to Floyd in the last 3 years. And so that was very impressive. Several of them said, well, I've been to Floyd. We did the store, we did county sales, we did all the bluegrassy kind of things. Now what else can we do? So we sent them off to the zip line, to the winery, to the brewery, to hiking trails, all those kind of different things, canoeing. So we were excited that people wanted to come back.
That's too much fun. She goes,
I had a great time. There's so many people to talk to. Kim was so excited when I leave. She said, yes, she has someone to talk to besides me.
I'm glad you.
So I do in Raleigh. It is my understanding that I'm not sure they're even allowed to apply again, but I kind of gather they probably won't. So it is kind of up for bid. The RFPs have not yet hit the street. It is, there's some thoughts about who might be interested, which could be East Coast or further west. I think one of the challenges is, as we've talked about, if anybody in Virginia is going to be in a position to apply, if you look at everything that's IBMA plus what they've built it into, you're talking about 250,000 people.
Yeah.
And there's really no good place in Southwest Virginia, which one would think is the part of Virginia you should have a bluegrass event. They could host that.
Be the Bristol Kingsport, Johnson City, but even that I don't think would. Yeah, I mean.
No, you
I know a new area that's open.
So, not really sure. I mean, there's been some discussion if Richmond would have any interest, because they do have enough space. Maybe, and I think, that might be kind of about it.
Norfolk, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. And there is already a little bluegrass beach event that I'll be going to on my own. Yeah, North Carolina. It used to be called Outer Banks Bluegrass, and now it's called Bluegrass Island. But it's a much different event. It's essentially a multi-day concert in one stage. Yeah.
Still.
Well, it was last in Nashville, so. So, yeah, so we're still kind of kicking around. I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's okay.
Okay, and so if anybody has any great ideas, let us know, and that'll kind of be up to, I guess, Becky and her staff at Virginia Tourism. Now, I have heard that there's a possibility that while IBMA may not stay in Raleigh, they may continue to have a bluegrass or at least roots and bluegrass event, somewhat similar to IBMA. So wouldn't have the IBMA awards and that kind of thing, but in terms of the exhibits and all of the stages and the amphitheater and all that, that's a possibility. Although in Raleigh, as soon as the season's over, they'll be in the process of tearing apart their amphitheater, which has only been there, I think, about a decade, maybe a little more, to double the size of their convention center and then build a new amphitheater right next to it. So, yes. So kind of interesting. They've done really well at these kind of events. And so if that's the case, depending how much that is, I might be talking to you all about seeing if you all let me go again. And I'm kind of tied into some of the people in North Carolina that might be doing this. So hopefully we'll have a good handle on what options might be there. But it has been a really good event. Sorry, ma'am?
Is this Walnut Creek that they're gonna be redoing?
No, this will be Red Hat, which is in downtown. Downtown, right next to the Sheraton and the Marriott, which is where they host most of the things now in the convention center. So anyway, so if we'll keep hopefully building off of that. And of course, I've talked to Dylan a little bit about what their future plans might be as well. So definitely wanted, whatever we would do, we would want to support that. So shifting gears. So let's see, the Bear Wise grant I submitted while I was at IBMA. So we will see if we are successful with that. And essentially what I requested was funding for 3 sites and said, if we can get anything, even if it's just a little bit, we'll take that if possible. But potentially funding for 3 sites to push the bushes and shrubs back at least 15, 20 feet and put up some electric wire there to try to discourage the bears from making that their studio apartment. And then also some additional funding for our new convenience center site as it relates to bear-wise kind of things. And as a part of that, also some more signage related to bears and being safe and how to handle your trash and your bird feeders and all those things. So we'll see how that goes. Related to that is wildlife resource update. In talking to Betsy right after I submitted my grant, we kind of decided while we were going to try to do something at the end of October, it kind of feels like now maybe we should wait till more like February because a lot of the issues related to bears have declined in the interest of the community right now. But if we do it kind of coming more into bear season, maybe that would be more successful. So we're looking at maybe late February, early March-ish is a good time. And kind of go from there. We are continuing to see some bear movement, although not nearly as much, but we do have 2 green box sites that continue to have pretty substantial challenges. And we're seeing, and they're still having problems up on the parkway. We think it has something to do with all of the habitat movement, of course, with 58 in Patrick. And now they've started work on the pipeline just over the line in Roanoke County. So I even had to stop for a bear the other day on 221 on my way to Roanoke. So still around. But in any case, Agency on Aging, that mostly has to do with they are restarting and trying to energize their Friendship Cafe efforts a little bit more, both to come in and also to have meals delivered. They are in the process of potentially changing their vendor. Of course, they were using the regional jail food vendor, and that vendor has changed. So trying to work with the new folks and then kind of go from there. But I want to remind everybody that that is an option. And Floyd is one of the larger users of that service. And so really happy that that can be provided to folks in our community. Opioid update, other than what Mr. Booth talked about. There's actually a meeting tomorrow with Montgomery County and the Regional Commission and OAA, the Opioid Abatement Authority, to hopefully work through the final pieces of the final contract for the regional grant. So Steve has, after our last meeting, Steve has looked at what we talked about last time, the application, and I think we are all good to go. So that's been approved. So I'll send that to her. So she has it by close of business for the meeting tomorrow. We continue to have 8 o'clock Wednesday morning calls with all the participants in that grant to kind of get updated on where things are and different challenges. So we are at the point that they're starting to look at hiring staff at the regional commission. So, and those would be, we'd be starting with kind of outreach type people to be working with all of the different jurisdictions to make sure we're able to start moving our pieces forward. So I'll be on those calls. Then finally, let's see, courthouse update. We've been able to make a little bit more progress on the courthouse changes. Rhonda's office is pretty much done now. And thanks to her staff, they actually did their own painting. So that's part of how they managed to get done. So we're excited about that and all the changes there. And we just have a couple more things to finish up to create the second courtroom upstairs. So hopefully we'll be able to finish that soon and be able to kind of check all that off for the year. We're still kind of sluggishly slow, unfortunately, on getting us moved. We are taking bids for paint, which is what slowed us down. We were going to try to paint ourselves, but with Dan out and the number of requests, it's just not going to work. But some of the bids we've been getting in are ones Kim and I can't stomach. So if I got one more person, I'm going to try to get in to walk through today, even.
Regional jail never to get back.
Not to me, I don't think, no.
Brian said he was going to get Gerald to call Mark.
Okay.
I just wondered if not, maybe I can get you to call the superintendent and talk to her.
Yeah, I'd be thrilled to do that. I mean, even if there was some discussion about, they're not exactly professional painters, but
well, them
those bids we've gotten are pretty steep.
I may be over, Danny tell you this. Well, them guys, when they get out, they want to do a good job so they can get to come back. Because and, what surprises me is the number of them yahoos that don't want to be a trustee because they want to lay there and get fat and watch TV. But, there's some of them that really would like to get out and do something. And I believe if you call the superintendent and talk to her.
I'll say, you sent me.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, I suggested it strongly.
So that's perfect. I'll do that.
I'll say you'll enjoy it.
Okay. And then I just had one other outside thing I was going to add. So there was today kind of a state of the community listening session related to health in the region that was being hosted by Carillion in Christiansburg. They invited me and I explained to them that would be nice and asked me to invite all of you. I said, well, we can all not be there. So they have offered to not only interview us, but they'd be happy to come to one of our board meetings and present some of the data and get some feedback from you all. Because my argument to them was we were the last ones you should have not included because after all, we are particularly unique in this aspect in that we don't have a hospital or an urgent care. And so there's no one else that could really in any way speak in the same manner that we could. So that's when they offered to come and meet with y'all.
It'd be good.
So we would do that. And then finally, the last one I just thought was funny. You all may or may not be aware, but this is actually Fat Bear, the end of Fat
I've been
Bear.
waiting on this one. I've been waiting on this one ever since I read it.
So technically October 3rd through October 10th is Fat Bear Week. And so it's kind of recognizing that this truly is the time of the year. And particularly this week is when bears tend to gain the most weight in anticipation of hibernation or, as in our region, sluggishness. Because as you know, ours don't always hibernate. They kind of just get lazy. And so.
Watch out, green box.
Right. I thought they had scales set up somewhere and they was going to come in and see who gained the most weight on our green boxes.
So what's very interesting is one of the national parks in Alaska actually has I can send you the link, but they actually have how you can vote on which of these bears is the best fat bear. And so they have taken pictures from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. And then you get to vote on who is the chunkiest bear and which one do you like the best. And so I found it amusing, and who knows, maybe next year we should do that for us. I don't know.
Yeah, I got
Do it as a fundraiser.
people prowling around down there, but probably take second anyways.
Yeah, we all get contestants.
But you know, the bears up like in my area right now.
Mhm.
I had one standing in the driveway there at night, but first one I'd seen in about a month. My son said he'd been seeing him pretty regular coming down out my yard, which I know what he's doing. He's eating acorns. It's falling out of the tree.
Oh, yeah.
The bears up there staying away from the green boxes because this insuage being cut. The corn
Mm-hmm.
and the number of acorns out in the woods it's falling right now. Because I had one guy, boy, he was really hot because he looked out and one was sitting under his chestnut tree, just enjoying himself. Eating them chestnuts.
That's right.
He said he got tickled, said it would take its paw and sit down on them bears and roll it around and then get the nuts out of it. So he done figured it out how to do it. Yeah,
That's right.
but that's probably what's helping with the green box situation in my area. So,
Yeah, this one says in Protect, Otis 480 has been the 4-time Fat Bear Week champion. And in the last 5.5 hours when this article was written, he'd eaten 42 salmon.
Wow.
So
the pig.
they're pretty serious. And it said cubs are born. Of course, these are brown bears.
Yeah.
Cubs are born at 1 pound, and at the end of their first year could easily be 70 pounds. And in their second year, they can end the season at 200 plus pounds. So, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get Betsy to help us do our own next year. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Cattle this time of year puts on more weight. Yeah, they start beefing up for the winter.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. All right. Well, I just left it. I thought that'd be a funny last thing.
Yeah, when I see that battle week, I thought, I've got to hear that.
Say you can all vote.
So no correspondence. Oh, you got two.
Yeah, if I may.
Yeah, ma'am.
Just an update, the request, the superintendent's first 100 days has been scanned and put in correspondence. And the Form AM 4.3 has also been added to your packet, and I put it in line so they're all together. So we're just waiting on that. And Carla has sent it to Steve as well. Okay.
And where is that? Where is the map? For the 4.3?
It's no, that one is not in correspondence. It kind of goes in line under 11B.
Got it. Okay. And thank you for the Dr. Cromer in there. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
That's it.
Okay. Great.
So with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
You better vote that quick.
Acclamation.
Acclamation. Sorry, Zane.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody, for accommodating. Appreciate it.